Well, good morning to everyone. This is the first forum at the Midwest Superfest in Chillicothe, Illinois, near Peoria. And it's a nice ham-fest venue here. Lots of big flea market out there and everything. I'm Carl, K9LA, and I'm going to talk about Cycle 25, Solar Cycle 25, and some thoughts on propagation for the next couple years. I received my novice on October 61, so I've been around a couple times. I'm from Fort Wayne, Indiana. My wife is AE9YL. She's at home. She had some VE testing there, and also somebody's got to stay home with the 8 cats we have, so whatever. So let's get moved. Do I have to advance it from the PC?
Yeah, I can move it closer to you.
No, I can do it. It's okay. I'll just turn it around. There we go. Okay. So here's what we're going to cover. We'll talk about the latest data on Cycle 25. Just talk about some general knowledge about solar cycles and what happens during a solar cycle. Guidelines for the next several years. And then a summary. Now this afternoon, Tom, W9RY, is given a forum on all those numbers, all those space weather data. So that'll be a nice complement to what I'm talking about. Latest data. It's always good to go back and look at previous data. So what you're looking at is the maximum smooth sunspot number of all previous 24 solar cycles. Okay, cycle 1 began in 1755, and that was a little bit after, you've probably heard of the Maunder minimum, when there was just very few sunspots. But it was determined around 1749 that the data was good enough, so this is the recorded data. Now, what's obvious from that plot is we've gone through 3 periods of big solar cycles, okay? Cycles 1, 2, 3, and 4, cycles 8 through 11, and then in our lifetimes, basically 17 through 23 have been pretty big. What that also says is we've gone through 2 periods of smaller solar cycles. You can see cycles 5, 6, and 7 were kind of low. In fact, cycle 6 is the smallest in recorded history. Cycles 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 weren't as low as 5, 6, and 7, but they were still small. And the big question is, there's cycle 24 there, it's pretty low. It's the lowest in our lifetimes. Smallest, or the 4th smallest in recorded history. So was cycle 24 the prelude to another period of small solar cycles? Well, maybe we can kind of answer that. Here's the latest data. The cycle 25 is in thick red. We have about a little bit over 4 years of data, so that means we're pretty far into the solar cycle. Also on there are 3 other solar cycles. Green is cycle 24, the last one. Remember, it's the 4th smallest in recorded history. Orange is cycle 23. If you take an average of all 24 previous solar cycles, cycle 23 is kind of around the average, so that's an average solar cycle. Blue is cycle 21. It peaked in 1979, late 79. It was moderately big, and then the biggest one in recorded history, cycle 19. Who was on during cycle 19? Anybody else here? Well, I was, but oh well. This tells what my age is, I guess. Now, one of the things that you'll see if you look at what's going on is big cycles rise faster. You can see the bigger the cycle, the quicker it got to maximum. And generally, big cycles start a little bit bigger at solar minimum. It's kind of hard to see, and it's not looking at all the solar cycles, but that's just a general statement. Now, what's obvious is cycle 25 has surpassed cycle 24. Yay, that's good. That's good for the higher HF bands, 15, 12, and 10 meters. Will it make it up to an average cycle? I think what's going to happen from now on is cycle 25 is kind of going to oscillate a little bit and then start its descent in several years. I don't know if it's going to make it up to an average cycle, but that's okay because cycle 25 is big enough now to give us great propagation in the fall and winter on those higher HF bands. Now, people ask, is cycle 25 going to have one peak or two peaks? There's a plot of the monthly mean sunspot number. It also could be the monthly mean 10.7 centimeter solar flux. But you can see in cycle 24, it had two peaks, very definite peaks. In other words, a nice minimum in between those two peaks. Early on in cycle 24, the northern solar hemisphere was active. The southern solar hemisphere was not active. But then later on in cycle 24, the northern solar hemisphere, the blue, kind of calmed down, but the southern solar hemisphere kind of went up, and that's why cycle 24 had two peaks. Now, there's cycle 25, same monthly mean data. You can see up until a couple months ago, the two solar hemispheres were kind of working together. So I started telling people that I think we're just going to have one peak. Apparently the sun heard that because you can see what's happened in the past several months. The northern solar hemisphere is not as active as the southern solar hemisphere. So we'll have to just wait and see in another couple months what's going to happen here. Yeah. My best guess right now is still one peak, but there's a shot we'll have a second peak, which that'll probably help. It'll be hopefully a little bit higher than the first peak if we do have two peaks, which is good for the higher HF bands. Okay, the coming years. Cycle 25 is very similar to cycle 16. That's the blue curve there. And you can see where cycle 25 is in orange. So that green line is that smooth sunspot number of 80. That's what we need for good, consistent, day-to-day worldwide propagation on 15, 12, and 10 meters, maybe even 6 meters. So what it looks like is cycle 25 will be good out until the end of 26 or so, 2026. Now, if cycle 25 gets a little bit higher than what it is now, that's going to extend it out a little bit more. So we still have several years of really great propagation on the higher HF bands. Yeah, take advantage. For techs, they have 10-meter sideband privileges. You can work the world with modest antennas, like this little dipole at 20 feet, and modest power, 100 watts. So take advantage of it. Some general knowledge about solar cycles. There's a picture of a typical solar cycle. On average, it lasts about 11 years. Some cycles are longer, some are shorter. A to B is the rise time. On average, it's about 4 years to get to the peak of a solar cycle. On average, about 7 years for the decline. So 4 plus 7, that's where the 11-year average solar cycle length comes from. Now, the solar cycle is also called a Schwab cycle, because way back when, that's the guy who, hey, these things go like this and continual, so hey, I get named for it. There are other cycles in solar cycles. There's the Hale cycle. Anybody know what the Hale cycle is? Well, at maximum, the sun's magnetic field reverses. So it takes another solar cycle to get back to the original condition. So that's why there's really a 22-year cycle. And of course, the guy named Hale discovered that, so he got his name tied to that. Let me go back. Gleisberg cycle. Okay. That's the period between those big periods of solar cycles or the big periods of smaller solar cycles. So there's a kind of a 90-year pattern here going on. And that's called the Gleisberg cycle because there was a guy named Gleisberg. There's some longer ones. De Vries thinks there's a 205-year cycle. And then even longer one, Hallstatt, 2,300 years. You know, we start going back too far, we can't look at sunspot data because we don't have good data. But we can use beryllium-10 in ice cores or beryllium-10 in trees, or no, carbon-14 in trees and beryllium-10 in ice cores to get a picture of what the solar activity was many years ago. Now, I don't know if those are true periods or just artifacts of how we calculate that, but you know, the sun's been around for quite a while, so who knows, it may have all kinds of periods to it. Now, we have to take the bad with the good. In other words, we have to just work through coronal mass ejections, coronal holes, and big solar flares, because that disturbs the ionosphere and makes things not as good. Of course, the good side is the solar cycle is at maximum and gives us lots more ionization for the higher bands and makes them open. Solar flares and CMEs are most prevalent around solar maximum, where we are now, so we got to put up with that. And coronal holes, they're most prevalent on the decline of a solar cycle, so that's going to be coming up. And in general, coronal holes are worse than CMEs, so in other words, take the bad with the good. K and A indices, I'm sure Tom's going to get into them, but I thought I'd put it on there. The K index is a 3-hour index. It's the maximum variation of the Earth's magnetic field in that 3-hour period. There are 8 3-hour periods during the day. It's a logarithmic number. It goes from 0 to 9. 0 is extremely quiet Earth magnetic field. To 9, very disturbed Earth magnetic field. And what happens, of course, is our magnetic field can screw up the F2 region of the ionosphere, which is responsible for most of our long distance and nighttime QSOs. Let's see here. The A index, that's an average of the 8 K indices. Now, it's a linear index. Goes from 0 to 400. 0 is extremely quiet. 400 is an extremely disturbed magnetic field. And you have to do some, translate the linear A index into the logarithmic K index, because you can't just average the K indices because they're logarithmic. So you have to change the linear, all of them, and then you can do what you need to do. When the K and A indices are very high, that generally means that the F2 region is screwed up, and that's not good. So what we generally desire is a K index less than or equal to 3. That kind of says things are pretty quiet and the F2 region of the ionosphere is going to be okay. The K index of 3 translates to A index of 15. You can see that on the chart there too, how to translate A to K. So why are sunspots important? Well, the important thing is those white areas around the sunspots. Those white areas are called plage. That's from French for beach. Think of a white beach. And that's where the extreme ultraviolet comes from. The sun comes from those plage areas. And extreme ultraviolet is the true ionizing ionization, the true ionizing radiation from the, for the F2 region. Sunspots don't really do anything, and 10.7 centimeter solar flux does not have enough energy to ionize anything in the atmosphere. They're proxies for the extreme ultraviolet. And we generally can't measure extreme ultraviolet at Earth because during the ionization process, the extreme ultraviolet energy absorbed to knock off that electron. So by the time it gets down to ground level, there's no EUV left. So that's why we have to measure it above the Earth's atmosphere in satellites. And just remind, the F2 region is the one that's most responsible for our long-distance QSOs and also at night, because the F2 region does not go away at night. It gets reduced, but doesn't go away, thankfully. Here's an interesting plot. It's the maximum usable frequency on a path from K9LA and Fort Wayne to DL, which is Germany. It's at 1500 UTC, which would be either 10 or 11 a.m. my time, depending if we're in daylight savings or standard time. You can see what the MUF does in the summer. It takes a big dip, okay? But in the fall and winter, that's when the F2 region really gets going. Of course, in the summer months, we've got a lot of state QSO parties. We've got the IARU contest, field day. That's why generally in the summer months, we don't have good 10-meter propagation, unless it's sporadic E, which this year has been not too good. This year was not too good for sporadic E. Don't know why. We just don't understand it yet. The highest MUFs are in the fall and winter, and that's when most of the major DX contests are, ARRL, CQ, and I'm sure that's why they pick those fall and winter months, because they knew that the F2 region was very good. It's interesting, at Solar Min, or during the summer, the size of the solar cycle really doesn't matter that much. The MUF kind of bounces around 20 megahertz, 20, 21, 22, 18, and 19 megahertz. But in the fall and winter, of course, the size of the solar cycle matters quite a bit. And you can see, like in the 11, the November month, what the difference in the MUF is. It's dramatic. So we're coming into the fall and winter months. 10 meters is going to be consistent on a daily basis to the world with moderate power and moderate antennas. Now, CMEs can screw up the F2 region if they're Earth directed. There's a lot of them that thankfully are going out this way and that way and not at us. But if there's just a small spike in the K-index, as an example, the top plot, you can see the K-index went up to, looks like 7 for just one 3-hour period. That can cause an enhancement. It can rearrange the F2 region ionization. The things are better for a short period of time. And what the bottom plot is the maximum usable frequency over the Wallops Island, Virginia ionosonde. You can see on the days that the K-index was 0 to 4, the MUF was kind of just a little bit below 40 megahertz. But on the day that the K-index spiked up, it went up to more than 50 megahertz. So just be aware, if there's a single spike in the K-index or maybe a spike for 2 days and it's not real big, you might want to listen on 10 meters and 6 meters just to see if there might be some F2 propagation. So why did our sunspot record begin in 1749? I kind of mentioned that earlier. The guy named Robert Wolf, he reviewed sunspot data back to 1610 and determined that we had good data starting around 1749. Now you got to remember the Maunder minimum was in there when there were a few sunspots, so he didn't get much data. So it just kind of fell into place that our data set starts at 1749 and the first solar cycle started in 1950. Rudolf Wolf also developed the equation on how we count sunspots. And there's a little formula there. It's the daily sunspot number is K. K is a fudge factor. Depending on your observatory, you know, you got to remember, telescopes back in those days might not be real good, and there's probably some difference in them. G is the number of sunspot groups. You know, sunspots come up, there are groups of them. And of course, each group has individual sunspots too. And that's what the S is, the total number of sunspots. And that's how we calculate the daily sunspot number. Unfortunately, humans count sunspots. A subjective measure. You know, 10.7 centimeter solar flux. Well, that's measured, you know, and assuming the calibration on the receive antenna is good, you know, there's no human bias to that. And that, I don't think I have a chart on that, do I? No. You saw in some of the other plots, when I said smooth sunspot number, there was a parentheses, V2, that's version 2. Okay, the old version is version 1. In the 1990s, concern was how good is our old record on sunspots? So there were 4 workshops that went through all that. There's a new sunspot record, and the sunspot numbers have increased. What the biggest problem was when Rudolf Wolf retired from counting sunspots, there's a guy named Wolfer. He took over, and he had to multiply his numbers by 0.6. Agree with Rudolf Wolf's numbers, and that 0.6 factor was carried all throughout time, and it was determined by those solar scientists that, well, the original numbers were better. So that's why we have 2 records right now. You got to watch it, because what do you use in a propagation prediction program? Sunspot number. Unfortunately, the propagation predictions were developed using the old record. So, you know, you got to watch it if you use the new record. Here's just a general picture of what the ionosphere looks like on a day. The equatorial ionosphere is the most robust in the area in the world. The red lines are critical frequencies for the F2 region. In other words, critical frequency is what's the highest frequency you can send straight up and it comes back down from the F2 region. And you can see the equatorial regions really are blessed. As you move farther north or farther south from the equatorial regions, the MUFs go down. That's why a lot of days I can listen on some of the bands. The guys in Texas and Florida are working stuff, and I can't hear anything. So you're in the same boat up here. So if you want better propagation, move south, okay? Yeah. Okay, next several years. What is just a little summary of what to look for. 2 things have to happen to make a QSO, right? The MUF's got to be high enough, maximum usable frequency, to refract the signal back to Earth, and the loss over the path has to be low enough so you can either hear it or your computer can decode it. The lower bands. Well, what's important on the lower bands, 160, 80, 75, are 60 meters too, is the absorption in the D region. That's part of the loss. Yeah. That is critical on those bands. The MUF is usually not an issue because it's usually high enough for those bands, regardless of where we are in a solar cycle. So that's why absorption on 160 and 80 are really critical. They're best around solar minimum. They're good at night for DX contacts. Of course, thunderstorms don't help, but that's why they make receive antennas. And also keep an eye on sunset and sunrise at your QTH and the other guy's QTH, because there can be some good enhancements on that. There's a general consensus amongst top banders that 160 just hasn't been as good as it has in decades past. And there's a lot of stuff going on in the Earth-Sun system. You know, we got climate change, CO2 going up, and CO2 can produce electrons down in the lower regions of the ionosphere, like the D region, which does not help. More electrons in the D region means more absorption. So there's stuff going on that we just don't fully understand yet. And there could be other things too. On the higher HF bands, we're in a great place right now, fall and winter. The amount of F2 region ionization is the critical factor. Absorption is inversely proportional to the square of the frequency. So the higher the frequency, the less the absorption in the D region. And that's why absorption is really not an issue on the higher bands. And like I've said a couple times, great worldwide propagation during the fall and winter months. Of course, those lower MUFs in the summer, well, hopefully sporadic E will come mitigate that a little bit. Then we got the middle bands, 40, 30, 20, 17. They're kind of good throughout a solar cycle. 40 and 30 mostly at night, 2017 during the day. I've always believed if you can only put up one antenna, put up a 20-meter antenna, because that would do you good throughout the whole solar cycle. Well, okay, summary, cycle 25 is leveled off. It could go a little bit higher, but don't know. We'll just have to wait. If cycle 25 stays kind of down there, that kind of suggests maybe cycle 26 is going to be smaller, because it says we're kind of in that third period of smaller solar cycles. We'll see. Of course, the digital modes offer an advantage over CW and sideband. Because, you know, the digital modes, their IF decode bandwidth is they can narrow up, less noise gets in, so they can hear signals farther down. That's a big advantage, and of course the whisper is the biggest advantage. And FT4 I think is kind of in there somewhere at the top of, it helps, but not as much. FT8's right now is in a good place, and you can imagine if you ever look at the club log statistics, in 2017, FT8 just took off. It just dominates amateur radio now over the combined CW and sideband QSOs made. So that's how amateur radio was going. That's our evolution, I guess. More technical, more digital stuff. Take advantage of the summer season if sporadic E occurs. And of course, there are tools on there in the internet to determine what bands are doing right now. One of my favorite is dxmaps.com. You can pick the band, you can pick the world view or North America view, and it'll show you who's working who on the paths. And you know, if you go there and there's nothing happening, no use getting on. If you go there and you see all kinds of red great circle paths from here to there, hey, things are going on, you might want to see what's going on. PSK Reporter does the same thing, WhisperNet does the same thing. The reverse beacon network is where you transmit in a certain format, then you can go listen to SDRs, software-defined radios, around the world and see how your signal is over there. So that gives you a pretty good real-time picture of what the ionosphere is doing right now. Okay, that's all I had. If anybody got any questions, I can try and answer them. If not, I just thank you for attending. Okay, yes?
Sometimes there's propagation conditions that seem to be one direction.
Yeah,
Or they're much cheaper. My signal is, I'm hearing this guy really well, and
yeah,
he just barely can pull me out, and vice versa.
yeah.
What's going on with that?
Well, there's a couple things. I'm not sure we fully understand it. One is how much power, is each station running. That could be 100 watts, 10 watts, it's 100 watts, 1,000 watts, that's 10 dB, so that's quite a bit. The noise environment at your QTH, that could do it. Maybe you've got more noise than he does. I think the ionosphere has something to do with it too, but I don't fully understand it. As an example, I've had the same thing on 160. There's a gentleman in New Mexico, WD5COV, and during one of the contests, I kept calling him. He had a great signal. He just CQ'd in my face, what's going on? So something else is going on. I know he had good receive antennas, so he probably didn't have to worry about his noise. I was probably running the same amount of power as he was, but there's still something going on, and those things happen, yeah. How's that for a definite answer?
Could it be the soil or?
Yeah,
People say like Texas is all sand.
yeah, the ground conditions, of course, will determine your pattern, the elevation pattern. Of course, that's most important for vertical antennas. So if some guy's got a really good ground with his vertical on 160, he's gonna probably put out a better signal than me with my vertical over, just average ground. So yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Oh, yes.
The comment about 160 now.
Yeah.
Is there any evidence that noise levels are
Yes.
coming up?
Good point. Good. Glad you brought that up.
The traffic department is buying the
Yeah.
cheapest traffic light controllers they can
Yep.
buy.
Yes.
And they radiate crap
Yep.
all over.
Yep. Back in the 70s, the ITU developed patterns of man-made noise in maps. That was 1970. We didn't have a lot of computers back then. There was a group in the Netherlands, the Netherlands Amateur Radio Organization. I think it's VERON or something like that, whatever that is in Dutch. But they determined that, yes, the noise levels are higher around the world. And it's significant on the lower bands. So that could be another factor why 160 meters just doesn't seem as good as it used to be. So there's man-made issues. There could be climate issues. There could be other stuff. But, yep. I'm not sure we can, well, we can't do anything about either of those, really. So, unless you move out into a very rural area.
Using computer modes instead of.
Yeah, use your digital stuff. Use the digital
It should be, mic check 1 2. Mic check 1. You want me to go back to the B group? Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2.
All right. Well, good morning. This is the Saturn, or the Salvation Army Team Emergency Radio Network presentation. This is a little bit more of a discussion, but I wanted to give some insight as to where we've been and where we're going. Since last year when I did a presentation, we've made some changes both internally, structurally, and some new equipment are coming our way, and new facilities, specifically in the Springfield and Champaign area. So I'll just breathe through these real quickly. So my name is Scott DeSantis, KB9 VRW. My captain many years ago said my phonetics was very rarely works, because I was only a tech at that time, and we were using VHF. As you can tell, I'm a 911 dispatcher, but we were on VHF for our fire. And if I could hear Berrien County and actually talk to them on 100 watts, then I wanted to go home and work 6 meters and etc. So he would sit there and go, "Hey, how many days did you actually work this week?" I said, "Well, the bands were open, so I only worked 3 days this week in a 2-week period." So anyways, I have a note up there. Does anyone know what the importance of the day I got licensed, 2/2 of 2000? I know that's an obvious, but if you haven't heard a presentation before by me, you'll remember. 3 of you should have remembered. So 2/2 of 2000, on top of Groundhog's Day, is also my dad's birthday. So I'll never forget the day I got my license. He wasn't born on that day, it's just the day his birthday. And I recently upgraded, well, about 1.5 years ago, in April of 2023. Like I said, I've been a communications 911 dispatcher for 30+ years. Been involved in other modes of communications outside of that, with emergency management, Red Cross, and then I joined a private communications support team that when COVID hit, we just decided to disband because people were wanting to go different ways. So I joined Saturn, I joined Salvation Army right around COVID, and certain day in June of 2019, I joined Saturn because I had more free time on my hands. And since then, I've gone from being a grunt to now the coordinator for our NCI division, or North and Central Illinois division, which technically I started in January of 2023, but I was already doing things in November of 2022. And I held various positions within the Illinois section in the ARRL, and I was Carl's and his predecessor, thank you, was an assistant director for them. But I didn't have enough time on my hands to give to both groups, so. A little bit about Saturn. Saturn is a globalized, recognized organization. It is international. We do have hams throughout the United States, but even internationally in United Kingdom and Spain specifically. Just the other day, we talked to the Spain station, I forget where they were at, from my office in Elk Grove, and we're like, that's the first time we've talked to someone internationally that's a Saturn station. So, and most of the time we're doing stuff just for the Salvation Army. I think I said this earlier to a couple of you guys, but we do communication support just for the Salvation Army, but we're not limited to that. If an Aries group or Southern Baptist says, hey, we need a radio operator to help us out, if we have the means and the resources, we give it. We're always paying it forward because they take care of, organizations help us out, and so we help them out. Hence, a lot of the time, especially here in Central Illinois and Southern Illinois, we're trying to work side by side with Aries groups and other MCOM groups, not only for their resources and their knowledge, but we may have a gadget that they don't have, but they may have a widget that we don't have, and we'd like to share. So, In brief, this is part of the presentation. If you see us at Hamvention, I kind of modified it a little bit, but the history of Saturn started with Seraph. So I always screw this up. So Salvationist Army or Amateur Radio Operators Fellowship. So a lot of the people started by Major Carl were all majors and captains within the Salvation Army that were ham radio operators. So they're a faith-based organization, and which is what the Salvation Army is. It's a faith-based organization. And you'll see the question come up, and I always get asked, no, you don't have to join the Salvation Army church to be part of the Salvation Army or part of Saturn. And Seraph really came about late in 1958, and that was basically after a tornado ripped through a good portion of central Wisconsin, and they had no communications out of that area except for ham radio operators, and they happened to be Seraph members. Seraph discontinued around 2016 because in 2015 Saturn was born, and we had our 30-year anniversary back in well, it actually, rephrase this. Saturn started in 1985 and got more involved with day-to-day operations in 2025, and that's when Seraph disbanded soon afterwards. So, and a little plug, in July of 2025, we're going to have a special event station and contest within the Salvation Army. Saturn stations talking to Saturn stations, Saturn volunteers talking to Saturn stations, and other people. So it's kind of, and we picked July because we didn't want to affect, because our anniversary date happens to be the same weekend as Field Day weekend, and we did not want to be interfering with 13 colonies. So the decision was made based on one of my bosses. I don't know if I said this before, I have 5 bosses. So my territory boss, Don DeWare, KD9NJR, said, let's do this in July, like mid to late July. And I said, perfect, we'll be in this comms trailer with bad air conditioning in the middle of the summer. He goes, but that's the way it always is with the Army. And I said, okay, fine. So we're gonna give out QSL cards. As soon as he unkeyed, he was taking us, another piece of traffic, and he said, I went 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours of talking on the radio. I said, dude, I get paid to do it for 8 hours, and if I'm lucky, I might do it for 4 hours total, time-wise, in 8-hour shift. Except for when our traffic and our truck guys are out, then it's totally different. So, and again, like I said, we support the Salvation Army operations and missions and disasters. Well, it was weird. So, this is the structure of our the Salvation Army. There's the U.S. There's the international headquarters, which is in England, and then the U.S. headquarters, which is in Alexandria, Virginia. Then we have the Eastern, Southern, Central, and Western territories. So we have 4 territories. We're in the Central Territory. This is a map of it. So, and our headquarters is actually in Hoffman Estates, Illinois. If anyone's familiar with the Sears Center, or where their Sears complex used to be, now the Now Center, and I forget what the complex is going to be called because it's been purchased by somebody else. We're just around the corner. Actually, we're still on the grounds of the Sears complex, so to speak. So, and we have another territory resource up in Rockford, Illinois, which houses a lot of the stuff we've just purchased, and I haven't gotten a full list, so I wanted to try to put it on here. But we had a $15 million grant that we got resources from, a lot of those resources were brand new canteens because our canteens go out during disasters and we do like I always screw this up, hub and spoke. So food comes into one place and then people go out with the food and then distribute it out to the first responders or victims and such. And more of our canteens are getting converted to that mode. So you'll see more like transit van style setups where we're not actually cooking out of. Except for in Chicago, we're still dead set on cooking food in our canteens. So I'm certified to cook food in a canteen for the Army, but it's only because I'm based in Chicago. I think I, 1, 2, 3. No, sorry. Should have changed that because we just changed divisions around about 2 years ago. So within the Central Territory, we have actually 7 divisions. Like I said, we're in the North and Central Illinois Division. This used to actually be called the Heartland Division. I won't get into everything that was going on, but they decided, Salvation Army, actually our EDS Territory Coordinator, Kevin Eller, said, we need to start lining up with the state government, state, resources. And we said, well, we need to start also matching up with the ARRL and the Aries resources also for Saturn. So I won't be surprised if in a year or two we will be an all-state division. So if anyone wants to be an assistant and pay great dollars, I'll be glad to hire you on for the southern part of the state. No, I'm just kidding. Any questions so far? I know I kind of blast through this because it's like in the back of my head. And if not, I like to talk, as some of you guys know. So this is where all of our resources are laid out. The ones in the diamonds, those are called DHQs, or disaster headquarters. And then the ones in the circles are area commands. So they're not like a area, and I'll show you a map of what we have here in North and Central Illinois if you haven't seen it. So we actually have two area commands and an area coordination here in Illinois right now. And then the ones in the yellow circles, those are the area coordinations. So if you're looking at this like Des Moines, Davenport, Rockford, Janesville, Madison. So, and here in Peoria, we've got the area command. Up in Chicago, it's actually the wrong placing because where the triangle should be is where the circle is, and where the circle is should be where the triangle is, because our actual headquarters in Chicago is in downtown Chicago on Pulaski, and yet the EDS warehouse is in, or the area command is actually in Elk Grove Village, just stone's throw away from O'Hare Airport. So like I said, we've got two different area commands and a Rockford area coordination. And I put a little note in there, so why is that important to know? Well, for me, it's who I report to and what I'm gonna ask for. Oh, something happened to the map. Well, if anyone's come by the table, unfortunately, the map's there, but so it's all based on population. So the Chicago Area Command has approximately 5 or 6 counties. Northwest Area Coordination, which is based out of Rockford and Winnebago County, has probably like 11 counties. And then everything else in the central part of the state is out of the Peoria office or Pekin office, or central part of our central division. So it's our central command area. Which is interesting because, while Sangamon County, Springfield is our most southern county, we actually the program to make it easier for volunteers. In a nutshell, and I'll use Ryan as an example, Ryan submitted a written application, so did Eric, submitted them both. Ryan's application also got put in the national database, as so does Eric's, but locally, I had to enter his stuff into another database. Now, for the Central Territory, we just go into one place, no paper. During hot dogs, some non-affiliated activities. I was coming down here in April to help out with the Lincoln Trail, and unfortunately I had a death in the family, and my family said, nope, go do this. It's gonna get your mind off of things, and I'm glad I didn't. Actually, Army provided my own family. Didn't ask for. Or at my sister-in-law's house, there's a knock on the door, and I'm like, oh, this isn't. I think it'll be 8 or 9 o'clock local, and showing up where he was at, because we had a little encampment at our territory headquarters testing out some equipment that we had just gotten donated from that $15 million grant that I talked about earlier. So it was a great test of all these resources. The best thing about this app is someone's like, hey, I need this person to have the app. All right, I need their name, email, and phone number. What else do you need? Do you need their phone? What type of phone they have? Nope, that's all I need. I literally, and I wasn't supposed to do this, I literally, before the DNC started, and I was still at my full-time job, whipped out my little laptop, logged in, set them up, sent them the information, and then closed it, put it in my bag, and they're like, and then my boss is texting me, how did you do that so fast? I'm like, it's on an icon on my laptop. I just go in there and do it. It's done. And that's how flexible that is. And we're using that as something that we're going to expand down the road as a backup, so to speak. So, yeah. So we figured that the Zello Works, which was found by our territory coordinator, Don DeWare, was a safe, inexpensive mode to communicate. Best thing about this is we could send pictures. So one of the people on our command staff, she sent a picture thinking it was coming to me. Luckily, it was just a silly face, and it went to everybody in our network. So I get a text, who is this? This is Maria from Western Division. Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna put that icon on her phone, on her contact on my phone. I'm like, and she's like this. So I was like, perfect, because she's a little silly. So, all right. Some of the rebuilding, or let's see here, yeah. So, what are we doing in the future here? I kind of said this last year, but it's really taking some strides because my boss is really pushing me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm getting excited because I'm retiring in 16 months from my full-time job, and I need something to do. So I need more bodies so I can do more stuff, honestly. So that's the reason I'm attending HamFest, club meetings, club events as best as I can. I do try to make it down to Springfield and Peoria at least once a year. Woodford County Club, the Repeater Club, has one meeting a year, and I've made a dedication that I'm going to go to that meeting every year. And I get to stay at a beautiful bed or Airbnb for $45 a night, and it's right above a coffee shop. So I walk downstairs when I go to leave to come home, get my cup of coffee, get a roll, and I'm on the way. So anyways, I digress, sorry. Upgrading and adding equipment and stations, like I said earlier, we're trying to make things robust. We're almost completely where we want to be for right now in Elk Grove. We're trying to figure out which way we want to go with WinLink. So some of us want to go VHF, some of us wants to go AHF, some of us want to have both capabilities. So I'm open for anyone's ideas, concerns, or anything of this stuff because I got into it, then I got away from it, now I'm getting back into it, so I'm learning myself. But eventually, every station's going to have VHF, UHF capability, HF capability, if not NVIS and a wire, or a beam, or some combination of antennas for HF. Because we know while a wire is great and it's inexpensive and easy to put up and repair if need be, sometimes we need a little bit of robust. So, but each station we want to have eventually WinLink. APRS is a plus, but each station actually have a weather station because the future is that we are going to be, Saturn is going to be not just radio operators, we're going to be part of the incident command structure, at least for our division, and hopefully be able to provide a better resource to the incident command group. Like for example, when I was part of the DNC operations team, or incident management team, I should say, I did all the radio communications. They had somebody doing weather, but if that person got inundated of doing the weather, we should be able to take that role, right? Because half of us, if not more of us, really got into ham radio to do what? Weather spotting, right? I mean, that's one of the draws. Others is being able to talk to people around the world or whatever. But one of the big draws into ham radio is weather spotting. So use that talent to our benefit and to the benefit of the operations of the Salvation Army, in my opinion. We're very lucky that in EDS here in our division, again, somebody that's in a different county that's outside of a division but does a lot, he is very in tune with what's going on weather-wise and has the connections. When tornadoes were going to happen, he called and told me, where are you in relation to this? Oh, that's southern part of the Chicago area and definitely not even close to me. He goes, okay, well, they're probably going to get hit with a tornado. I kid you not. Hour later, tornado. And it's not because he knew it, but it's because he was getting pieces of information from others. So I rely on this guy very well to give me an update and prepare me for that stuff. And we want to share that eventually with other people. So anyways, like I said, building Rockford, additional stations in Rockford, Springfield, and Champaign eventually, and working on a division-wide communications system or plan. We call it the Operation Black Shield, and I'll go over that in a second because I go a little bit more detail here. Training and exercise, like I said, local training and exercises. We are looking at doing quarterly things, and we're going to start little in the Chicago area, and then the next one is going to incorporate or get Springfield unit people involved, Peoria people involved, Rockford people involved, and we'll do local and also HF involved with it. And again, unfortunately, we have online training to get you certified and stuff like that. And then last bit, getting a chain of command or some people that I can rely on to help me out so I don't mind traveling, but having people down that have a better understanding of what's going on in areas like Springfield, Champaign, Peoria, etc. So, like I said, we're rebuilding and expanding. These are not the only 3 Hamfests we go to. These are the ones that when a friend of mine was redoing this a little bit, they put this in there. Like I said, new stations in Rockford, Springfield, and Champaign. The nice thing about the Rockford station is I just got to find operators. That's actually going to be a territory station. So they're taking care of the equipment, all that work, all that grunt work. I'm just going to find operators for it. Springfield, which is going to be interesting because I think I explained to some of you about this. They got a Gold's Gym and remodeled that a couple years ago. And they did not want to put antennas on this newly remodeled building. And it's really nice on the inside. If anyone's down in Springfield, get a good, nice tour if you haven't been there already. They got a lot of meeting rooms and such. But they built a building outside to keep their canteens and other vehicles out of the inclement weather. Well, luckily, we're able to take a canteen. We're going to demobilize it as a canteen, make it a mobile purpose unit, but it's also going to be our comms vehicle, which is also our station. So we're going to back it into the building, plug in our radios, and they're going to be in Go kits eventually, and plug into external antennas. And then if we have to go somewhere, we just unplug, drive the vehicle, plug in external antennas, on tripods or mounts of some type, and operate. So that's what we're doing with Springfield. And then Champaign, we don't know, they just started their own EDS division, so to speak, for things, and the first thing they want to get is a canteen, and we want to try to get at least antennas set up, get some VHF, UHF, and some HF antennas. And if we have to put the coax in a box that's locked on the outside of the building, so be it. Most of us can pull up to something like that and operate from it without any issue. So, like I said, the training exercises, the goal is for 2024 or 2025, we have quarterly exercises. Like I said, we'll like almost like field day type thought process is that we'll have messages coming out of Hoffman Estates in our comms trailer, maybe to the Springfield Club, at their station we'll do it on a Saturday morning, which is when you guys have stations open. Get people in Peoria involved, get, maybe the Woodford County Club, get all these clubs involved in passing messages, either by voice or by digital modes like WinLink. So then eventually we'll do it to the point where, okay, Springfield needs help. Who can send people? We'll do it tabletop. Then we'll do it live. Like, okay, we're going to send 3 people from Chicago area. We're going to send 3 people from Rockford, 4 people from Peoria. And these are the resources they're going to bring. And then eventually, when they get to Springfield, down the road, and we're going to try to do this, like I said, the goal is my Saturn leadership wants to be able to have these exercises, because here we don't do training summits like we used to. So these are our training summits when we can get people in that are Saturn related, and all we're doing is Saturn stuff. Training summits is the way we were able to do some Saturn stuff and some of the other stuff. One of the gripes was that before we went to mostly online in the beginning, you had to go to these classes in person. And those that worked would either have to take time from work off to go to these classes because they're during the day, during the week, or wait for one of these summits to come up and try to get into that. But if you wanted to go to the Saturn class, you couldn't do both. So that's the reason why we're doing this. And like I said, Operation Black Shield. So I think I told a couple of people, I'll go into a little bit more detail. So the black, not the dark web, the black web, or when the internet goes down, cellular service goes down. This is what came from it. Because my boss, in the middle of that going on, he's trying to call me. Instead, he's texting me. I call him back. He goes, how are you getting a cell phone signal through? Well, I'm on FirstNet because of work, but that's probably the reason why. Long story short, he wanted us to be able to talk both locally with our canteens and other resources locally at all the different major EDS offices, and also between the bigger EDS office like Pekin, Rockford, Springfield, and Chicago eventually. So we call it Operation Black Shield because the joke is that every logo that's a cell it every time filled. He was like, okay. But again, it's going back to making the stations robust and able to do what we want it to do. So I always ask about this point, did I bore you yet? Are you interested? Did I sucker you in? Sucker you in, not suck you in, I'm sorry. So it's not that hard to get involved. How long did it take you, Derek, to fill out that application? Yeah. So it's basic information. You'll get an email if you're interested. The process is very quick, and the classes are online. In fact, Ryan started watching the intro or the welcome video. There's 3 primary classes that you have to take. One is Introduction to the Salvation Army, which is that welcome video, I believe. The other one is Safe from Harm, which if you've taken the youth training for Boy Scouts or any other organizations like that, it's along the same lines. Also has a couple other things because we do deal with battered or women and children. So there's some discussion there on certain things. And then the third class, or the last one really, and not the most important, but the one that confuses, I should say, confuses people, especially if you've been in public safety and taken these classes, is our introduction to the Salvation Army Incident Command System. Because we throw in one more part of the leadership team or the command staff, and then there's other roles where you would go, what? That doesn't sound right. But if you take the mindset of public safety, because I failed the class the first time online, and I realized why. I was thinking like a public safety person, not as a Salvation Army person. So I think should have been taken out. So yeah, Safe from Harm, Intro to the Salvation Army, and the Salvation Army Incident Command System. So we also have other things like canteen operations, serve safe, which means that you know that you're only supposed to hold things at certain temperatures, store them this way, do this, do that, gloves, hairnets, hats, etc. If you feel like you want to be talking to people and helping them out during times of need a little bit more in depth, you can go through the emotional spiritual care program. I'm an entry level. My goal is by 2027 to be a chaplain. just to make myself more available for resources or for disaster, but also more of a resource for my own team. I'm dead set on taking care of my team. I don't care if I have to buy a case of water for somebody or go grab beef sticks out of the cooler or out of the storage that we have. I will always have snacks and hydration. Why? It was drilled into me that a happy operator is a mentally sound operator to a degree. So hence yesterday when Darren, who's running the Ham Fest, was running around, I walked up to him, handed him 2 beef sticks, and I said, eat these. He goes, I will in a second. I said, no, you can't walk away without even starting one. And he did, and he ate it, and he told me later on, thank you very much. So I can't openly give them out, but if anyone's hungry, I do have beef sticks, because one of the things that Salvation Army lives on is donations. We get donated snacks. We did 10,000, no, we did 25,000 snack bags for the first responders just for the DNC. Just for the DNC. We did 25,000 snack bags, which included like a thing of chips, some pretzels, some cookies, a variety of things, trail mix, et cetera, and literally we had conveyor lines of people doing these things, putting these together, both in our office in Elk Grove, here in Pekin, and up in Rockford. And we get all the snacks from United Airlines. They go through, and when the snack that you don't get when the stewardess walks by with her cart, you want to know what happens to those snacks? After the plane is done with its journey wherever, they take those snacks and they were putting them in a bin. Up in the northern part of the state. I always like giving things to my trainees as they go through my classrooms that I teach, something to help them better off themselves during the job. So next thing would be something else, and he asked me, well, what would that be? A ham radio, and he goes, I don't think I can afford buying that. I was like, but these Bowfangs are only so much. And in fact, there was a UV3 that I saw out in the flea market that I think was like $10, $15. I'm like, I should get that and just give that to him. Here, Sam, here's your radio. Now go get your ham license so you can use it. No, I'm just kidding. So I think talking wise, that's about it. So this is partially what our Saturn station here in Pekin looks like. I like putting this picture up here only because Dwayne Householder was the original Saturn coordinator for this area, and I took his place basically. And if you see that banner hanging out, oh, it's not out because I have the 2 new ones. But if you come to walk by at Hamvention, you'll see that banner because I kind of borrowed it. But that's our station there in Pekin. This was the comms truck that we've had for the last couple years. Again, it didn't start, but this is where we've manned aid station 13 and operated from. The Springfield comms truck is going to look almost exactly like this from the outside. This was during a, well, someone said we should put health and welfare to make it sound, but I was taking traffic during a national night out, and our PIO goes, you need to have a vest on, you need to have a hat on. I'm like, but then I can't see because it was dark out, and then so someone put a spotlight, literally, at the front of the vehicle was over here, and they put a spotlight over here. Oh, can you see now? Not really, but I'm not going to say anything. This is one of our Western Division, I believe, canteens during a recent disaster that occurred when the tornadoes hit out west in our division in Omaha. And these are just some other pictures that we have. This is an honest-to-God Chicago canteen. It's not a most current picture because I'm just looking at the numbering on it. It's got the wrong numbering on it, but this is where we serve the food. They make the food in this thing and serve it. Sometimes they just serve meal or hot meals that are already traced in, or in clamshells inside there. I don't believe we supported in the Patriot exercise this year up in Wisconsin at Fort McCoy. But normally it's like every 2 years or every 3 years. Stuff, passing traffic, or hey, (10:30) Central Daylight Time on 14/3/25, and then on Saturday we're at 10:30 Central Daylight Time. We're on 14/3/20 because there's already, I believe there's a Coast Guard or some other type of net that's on Saturday mornings on 3/25. And sometimes they take early check-ins. During the week, it's kind of hard for them to do early check-ins because there's a Denmark net, and if you've never heard someone from Denmark or talking and having a conversation with someone in German, it is interesting to listen into these guys talk in the morning sometimes. Sometimes they get very excited. So this was Hurricane Watch Net operations based out of our Great Lakes Division EDS office. The gentleman on the left is Bob Dennis, WX8BOB, and the gentleman on the right is James, and I forget his call sign and his last name. He's scribing. Bob's taking the radio traffic. We use NetLogger. So NetLogger is up here on this board. There's another board in their operations center that's got NetLogger on it also, monitoring. And then of course he's got it right in front of him, and so does Jim have it. So a lot of times if I'm checking into the net, I'll jump on there because we have chat sessions going on prior to the net, during the net. Especially when I thought I broke my radio at Elk Grove, which is a Yaesu FT1000 Mark V, and I thought I blew it up, and come to find out, this guy who was trying to talk quietly in an office setting with other people in it was told by somebody else, you need to speak up. You have a deep voice, you can make it better. And I'm like, okay, so I did. So, and again, that's all I have. So any questions, comments, concerns? Rotten tomatoes to throw? Nothing? All right. Good.
One time, I was part of the Aries group in Bloomington, Illinois. But anyhow, there, we had a fire truck thing where they brought fire trucks and some of the things. They had a Salvation Army vehicle there.
It was probably one of our canteens.
Yeah, it looked like kind of like a bread truck.
Yep. Yep. It was probably one of our canteens. And it might have been one of the older ones.
But this
Yeah, it was
Oh, check 1, 2. Welcome to the forum. Okay.
Tango, got me? Yep. You're 5'9". Welcome everybody. I'm Craig, K9CT, and you probably don't know me, maybe some of you do, but anyhow, I like DXing and I like contesting and I like building stations. I have a station not too far from here. If you ever want to take a ride out west and take a look at it, it's only 15 miles away. But I have a big contest station there, and next weekend, in fact, we'll be doing CQ Worldwide Ready there, and I'll have a team of other operators. So I've been doing this since 1967. And I love ham radio. It's a lot of fun. That was last century, by the way, for some of you. And I know some of the people in the audience, and I know you've heard me talk before, so I hope I don't bore you. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about a trip we just took. And it was in planning. Well, actually, almost the same team went to Sable Island last year, which is off the coast of Nova Scotia. And this is another DXCC entity called St. Paul Island, and it's off the northeast tip of Nova Scotia. And so I got asked to be involved with this. Is there a clicker here or not? In terms of how often it's been activated, how hard it is for you to work, or to even have it on the air. So what we do is we study the statistics associated with it. The last activity that was there was 16, and this was 19, but you can see all they did was operate data like FTA. And then in 2000, and CW. So you can see the activity, but you can see how rare it is on any band. If you look at, so this is rare, the reddish color, and light, and of course the blue is the least rare. So when you go to some place like this, you want to get on all the bands and try to talk to people. And you can see 160, 80 data, 60 meters was very rare. On up, you can just see, and even for US hams, in this area, it's very rare because it's too close for skip. Usually it skips right over the top of you. The MUF is not high enough. So this last activities is kind of interesting to do. So how many QSOs did they make? 2005, 10,118. 2012, 18,441. 2016, right here, was 34,785. 2019 was 15,806. So you say, well, that's, you know, there's 750,000 hams in the United States, and that's all they talk to. Or in the world, how many hams are there? 3 million? But that's all the people that got to talk to it. So there was an opportunity for us to go there and make some contacts. Just cut to the end, we ended up making over 114,000 contacts. So we kind of added all together. We made more than all of those activities together. So we really went at it with the idea we were going to take it down from 50 to 75 to 80 or whatever down the ranking to make it less rare. So this is what I said. Globally, it was ranked 50th. Eastern Europe is 52. Asia, like JA, Thailand, China, 19. VKZL number 34. So you can see if you were over in Japan, 19, that's pretty hard. Because what is the honor roll? What do you have to be to get on the DXCC honor roll? You have to be in the top 10. So if it's number 19, you know, it gets you just that much closer when you're trying to make the honor roll, which is prestigious. Our team members, we had I'll show you pictures, but WA4DAN is Murray, co-leader, and of course Glenn Johnson, who you just talked to. Glenn did a lot of work and ended up going North Carolina, where he lives, and they actually worked on the project together, put together tents and practiced the setup, so we knew we had everything we needed. And so they were our co-leaders. Dan, W4DKS, I'd worked with him before when we went to Sable Island. Really a cool guy. He was a CIA agent. So, so kind of, it's always interesting to hear their background when you find out who you're going on a trip with. Scott, NE9U, he's from Wisconsin, up by the Minneapolis area, and him and I have done a lot of contesting together and DXing. We snowmobile together. He's a great friend. Super operator. We did WRTC last year together in Italy. Mike, K9NW, I've done a lot of DXpeditions. We call him Mikey the Machine because he can operate CW like nobody else, and he's just a riot to be around. And Lee, WW2DX, if any of you have worked us on moonbounds, satellites, or anything VHF, Tropo, or, well, I said EME, but Meteor Scatter, maybe you did that too. But he was the guy that's solely what he did. And Pat, N2IEN, is a very interesting character because his name is Pat Dolan. And Pat is, the Dolan family is famous. And I'll tell you why you might know who they are. They own the Madison Square Garden. They own the New York and the Knicks. This little sphere out in Las Vegas. And so he happened to bring along his helicopter. He would fly us back and forth. He was a pretty cool guy to know. A lot of fun. And Lou, N2TU, Lou and I have done DXpeditions together. We've co-led them and planned them together. He's just a great guy. We had a lot of fun. Larry W0PR, this was his very first DXpedition. He's always been a contester and a DXer, but he never had the experience of going on a trip like this. So he was a newbie, and we had a lot of fun with, you know, it's really hard unless you've been a contester and you've dealt with pileups. But when you literally have tens of thousands of hams calling you, and being able to handle that is really not easy. You have to learn how to do that and manage it so it doesn't get totally out of control. And so by the time he was done, he was smiling, he was happy, and he'd really learned, and he's ready for his next one. I'll put it that way. Adrian, KO8SEA, Eileen was talking about him earlier. Adrian goes on almost every DXpedition. Yeah. And he just won, he's in the CQ Hall of Fame for DXpeditions. And he just got that award this spring at Dayton at the Hamvention. And of course myself, just another guy. Our major sponsors, we used All Flex Radio. And so I have All Flex Radio at my station. I'm an advisor to Flex Radio, in fact. And we picked them this time because we wanted an ease of operation. And of course, we wanted to use some new technology. So they said they would provide us with 6 stations. So we had 6 6600s, 6 Maestros, the radio sport connections. We had the PGXL amplifiers. What's cool about them, because we knew we were going to only have 120 volts, the PGXL amplifier will operate 120 to 240. So all you do is put the right plug on it, plug it in, and it worked. So DX Engineering, of course, has helped almost every single DXpedition, and they vow to help almost any DXpedition. So it's just a matter of what do you need? You need a 30-meter vertical, you need a 40-meter vertical, you need, what do you need? And they helped us with all of the, lots of antenna parts. And of course, NCDXF, I happen to be the vice president of NCDXF and Glenn's the treasurer, secretary, excuse me. But you know, what we do is we remove ourselves from that. So they submit the application for the award from the foundation, and then they give you a grant to pay for it. And our biggest expense was about $100,000 in jet fuel. So we had 2 helicopters. We had Breton Air, which is a commercial helicopter service, and then we had, of course, Pat's fuel as well. So that was our biggest expense. Logistics, we chose to have a helicopter to and from the island, ground transportation to Dingwall and Nova Scotia. So we just did that on our own. I paid for it, Glenn paid for his gas, and Murray, he made 2 trips. I gotta tell you, driving out there, it's 2,000 miles, almost exactly. It's 30 hours each way. And I have a new appreciation for Canada. I had no idea what Canada was like, but after crossing Canada, I really thought it was great. Anyhow, water and gas was actually delivered by a boat. I went down there trying to figure out how in the world that they did that, but they actually went in that tittle and into a place where the water would be quieter, and then they were able to put a bar across a crevice and pull the water up that way. And I thought, my gosh, they did it. So this is all the gear. I got refurbished Dell computers that come off lease. They were 1 year old. So I had i7s, 32 mega RAM, solid state drives. I bought some neat little displays that you can use, that we use for digital, like FT8. So we had more capacity, and I'll show you that. They were like $75, very inexpensive. And then we set up, of course, a computer network. So all the Flex gear operates off of a TCP/IP network, and so you can have all the traffic. The other thing we did was we had a Starlink internet connection. Way cool thing. This is the new portable one that you can take anywhere, and this is Glenn's actually, and it's very high speed, low latency, and what it did is we just poked it in the WAN connection of the router, and then we had internet right to the machines. Now, we didn't do anything any real internet activity using the stations other than uploading the logs to Club Log. So we did that every single day. However, all of us there's Wi-Fi on this, the router of the Starlink, and so we were able to make phone calls just as if we were at home. It was way cool. So if you don't have really good internet at your house, yeah, I bought one. I thought, wow, this is way cool. So this is how it all started. Flex drops it off at my garage. I couldn't even get in my garage. I had to move all these boxes over to the station. And then in the station, when you go over there, you can see I have a garage, and I just set up what they did is they made a layout of what our operating tent would be like when we get on the island, and I set it up exactly that way. So in other words, here's 3 stations, and I had 3 more stations on just opposite that. And so I went through every single station. I set up all of the software so that it would operate. I wanted to make sure, so if you sit down and you type CW, into the entry window it goes to CW. If you hit SSB, it goes to SSB. If you put FT8 in, it opens up FT8. If you put in RIDI, it brings up MMTTY. So I had it all automated. Operator, all you had to do was just sit down and go to work. Piece of cake. So there's all the PGXL amplifiers all stacked up. And this is the display I was talking about. Probably made in some town in China somewhere. But you know, for 75 bucks, what it did, it just plugged in a USB-C here and it powered it. And so it gave us an additional display. So if you look on here, that's the entry window for N1MM and the log. And then over there separately, using the same computer, so that so FT8 would log the QSO, it'd shove it into the log of N1MM, and then we could take the log and then we'd upload it to Club Log so that you guys knew that you were in the log. You could do this at home, by the way. This is, everything I'm talking about is stuff that you can do. This is Scott and I just ready. You can see, here's all the Maestros and all of the, there's the 2 Pelican cases. All of the radios and the amplifiers are all right behind the seat up there. So if we had to slam on the brakes, they'd at least hit the seat and not us. So here we are. Instantly, 30 hours later of driving, we're in Dingwall, Nova Scotia. I have to tell you though, we would stop for dinner and rest areas like that, but one night we stopped in eastern part of Quebec, very near New Brunswick, villages, unbelievable. If you've never been there, I was just amazed at the French atmosphere. It's very quaint and it's really cool. So I'm not with the Chamber of Commerce of Quebec or anything, but this is actually the view that from the office where we checked in. All we did was we rented the cabins until we could go to the island. And it said go to the beach, so I went down to the beach. There's nothing but rocks down there, but this is what the cabins look like. There's no TVs, nothing in there. What's really interesting about this is Cape North, and right there you can't hardly see it, but that's St. Paul. The next view is where it's centered. There's St. Paul sticking out of the water there. Remember, that's 470 feet high at the tallest mountain, so there, you can see that's 20 some miles away. Here we are getting ready to go. Scott, and right here is Larry. That's Murray, the leader. And up in the front seat, and the co-pilot was Glenn Johnson, because he's actually a licensed helicopter pilot, among other things, that he is. There's Glenn, very happy to be sitting there. And that's the helicopter that they used. And do we have audio here? We're going to find out. No, we don't.
Maybe turn up the volume on the laptop.
Okay. That'd be cool. Is this the sound right here? A function?
Yeah.
It's all the way up. Yeah, okay. No. Well, there's a loud roar of helicopter.
Anybody do Foley or sound effects?
Yeah, well, there's actually several of them that's kind of cool to, but anyhow, pretend you have audio. It says it's on right there, so I don't know. But that was them taking off. That was our very first trip. Now, I want you to imagine what just happened here. They just went to an island. They had no luggage. Those guys all went to that island. Their luggage hasn't been sent yet. So think about your situation if you were in their seats. So here's all of this. So we're going to load all that stuff, and you can see the net. See the netting? So you can see how we stack all of their gear. That's actually Glenn Johnson's medical gear. He's a doctor. Yes?
I think I know why there's no audio.
Okay.
Because it's set for FT8. It's not using the system card.
Oh, okay. Yes?
Did you have any problem with customs and all that stuff?
Well, it's a good question. We always thought we were going to have problems because sometimes they've had problems going across. And the key word is that it's not commercial radios. It's personal. Everything you bring in is personal. Remember that. It's always personal. And if I had said that this is radio gear from the Flex Radio, I would have had to have a form filled out for the transit of that gear. And so just something to remember if you borrow something for somebody or you're taking somebody else's even luggage with you, that this is all my own personal gear. And what's interesting, I have a global entry, and so does Scott. So when we were actually coming back, and we came back another way, we came through Maine. When we came back through US Customs, that person already knew everything about us. So they, you know what I mean? The person that's the customs agent, and you're just stopped at the border, and they're looking, and they're just, it's like second guessing you on everything. Well, who are you? What do you work? What did you do for work? Where did you work? All those, did you answer the right questions? You know, so really we ended up with no problem, but every single time they wanted to look in the back and make yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess he has a vodka too, but who knew? What a cool, yeah, yeah. Get you the full effect here. I tell you, Matt was the pilot, way cool. When we went to Beauvais, we did not have way cool helicopter pilots. This guy would have been the guy you want to take with you to Beauvais or someplace like that. This guy was a military guy, and he's used to doing this, and you could tell the difference. He was a pro. And they had a guy there named Barry that staged all this stuff. And so you saw that one, and then here is a sack, and we just filled that sack. We put 8 generators in it, we put fuel in it, and they just lifted it straight up and went and gone. It was so cool to see. Now the radios didn't go that way, but you see here's all the antennas right here. Those are actually my bags, and that was before I didn't know that I wasn't going that night. I sent my bags because it's just the way it worked out. So this is actually, this says N12 New York. That means News 12 New York, because Pat owns Newsday and Channel 12 in New York City. So anyhow, that's his little helicopter there. And then we were loading the radios in there. So the Meisters are all strapped in like humans, little humans. And of course, here's all the radios and all the amplifiers. They're all strapped in. And by the way, this is long-term parking at this guy's field. So Glenn and I just left our vehicles parked there. This farmer was so cool. He's just an old guy, and he says, "You guys need to go to the bathroom. You need a drink of water, and you just come down here." So 11 o'clock in the morning, we go down the hill, and we go to his house, and he sits us down while we're waiting our turn, and he starts saying, "Well, what's your name?" And I said, "My name is Craig." And he says, "Well, that's a good old Scottish name," and on and on and on, just like that. And then the conversation's going on because you could tell the guy hasn't had company in a while. So he says, "Any of you guys play a musician? Are you musicians?" And I said, "Well, a long time ago I played the piano." "Ah," he says, "I have a violin. You play with me." I said, no. But gosh, this guy was just a riot. What a hoot. And he mowed this all for us, and he just treated us. So we actually gave him a generator when it was all done, because he had no other source of electricity, so now he's got electricity. He had the old stove like you'd see in your grandmother's house, a wood stove. When you sat there, it was like being taken back, last century. So here we are. So what had happened is we ended up staying overnight. Mikey had come in. That's Pat, N2IEN right there, and myself. Everybody wears a headset. Everybody talks to each other. That's what you do. And of course, I was looking at this, and Pat's got this outfit. He's got a little iPad sitting here with additional stuff. I was looking at all the technology of the helicopter. It's really fun to see. Anyhow, here we go. This is what it's like to ride in the helicopter. How many have ridden the helicopter? So you've had that experience. Dingwall, the actual hotel, was right in this area, and here we are taking off, and right over that direction is where we're going to go. But look at how steady it was. We didn't have to worry about the gear being shook or any of that stuff. Very steady.
Did you take this all with a phone, or did you have?
I used my phone.
That was all off your phone?
Yeah, all off my phone. Here we are coming up to St. Paul Island. They call this the South west corner, and we were at the northeast corner. So the island was like this, you know, about a 45 degree angle. So here we are coming up to it. You can kind of see there's some little bit of fog over it right now. It clears up as we go, but it kind of settled in all the time. And there was this mist from the ocean all the time, so everything felt salty and wet. So here we are crossing. You can see how high it is or gets. And back a ways there were actually lakes. That is actually where we stayed, right here. So you can see the difference. But notice the rocks and how cut and how they are shoved up out of the ocean floor. So here we are coming in, which I thought was cool. And of course the guys that have been there overnight are right there waiting for us like, the plane, the plane. That used to be the helipad, and they cut it up because it was rotting. They didn't want anybody to accidentally land there. So there's nothing. Permission from Parks Canada to land there, so you have to have permission. Getting a license was easy. Glenn was licensed VE, and then also there's another person on the team that was also a licensed VE, so it made it easy to actually get a license. They actually took the test to get a license in Canada. So I just a couple of things with the scenery, double rainbow, which I thought was cool. There's the pot of gold, the winds of St. Paul, just to get you some of the experience of it. So anyhow, here we are, the shack wind. This is where we're trying to operate. I just stopped because I thought, this is crazy right now. The filters are actually sliding in on top of me, and I thought, I need to take a picture of just what it's like in here so that people know what we're dealing with. Those filters were up against the wall. They were encroaching on my area. They were coming closer and closer to me. So I'll explain the station layout in a minute. This is actually Team B. We had 3 teams. So we had Team A, B, and C. And so they all took different shifts, and I'll show you that in a minute. But on this Tim, that's Mike K9NW, Scott Indy9U, and of course Larry W0PR. But you can see the 3 stations that are along here. Those 3 stations were for CW and sideband predominantly. The stations on the right were set up to be digital. And so one operator would operate all 3 stations at once. So we had them set up in what's called Super Fox, and then later Foxhound FT8. And one operator would just make sure that they were always stacked, because we had thousands of callers, and we would just put them in the queue, and then it would work people. So in behind Scott is the filters and the amplifiers and the antenna switching. Here's actually Scott with the 3 digital stations, making sure that they're all fully in queue. And when you come in, when it's your turn to operate, you would say what band you want to be on, and then you would take each cable was labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You take cable 1, cable 2, whatever that you had, and you plug it in the antenna that you were going to use for that part of the operation. And I'll show you where that's at. This is actually the VHF station. Lee loves to do this when we were on Sable. He did this before, he's done it. For instance, I had worked St. Paul myself, and I had it from 160 meters through 2 meters. And I had worked it on EME, believe it or not, myself, on one of the last DXpeditions. So thanks to these guys, from previous DXpeditions for doing that. I'll show you the antennas here. So the actual team schedule, you'd be 4 hours on the radio, 8 hours off, 4 on, 8 off, 3 on, 6 off, and then it starts all over again. So think about that in terms of sleeping. Think about that in terms of getting rest and being sharp. It's never at the same time that you sleep now. Never. And what's neat about the schedule, though, as an operator, is you get to experience all of the sunrises and sunsets of the world as the DXpedition goes on. So if you follow what I'm saying? So sure, you might experience a U.S. sunrise. What does that mean? Well, it's the same thing as we sunrise here. The bands start opening because the sun is coming over, over the horizon. And as the day goes on, the MUF rises. You're on higher bands, 10 meters, whatever. And so at night, it's the same thing in inverse. Now you go down, you got 30, 40, 80, 160. So you have to be conscious of that because a ham in Europe wants to talk to us on, say, 160 meters. It has to be at our gray line. So the gray line, if you get the chance to operate at that gray line, you need to be on 160 so you can talk to guys on the eastern side of Europe, because what's happening, the sun's going to rise on them. They will no longer have 160 meters, so you have a window of opportunity to talk to those stations. So you just got to be conscious of that as an operator to know what's going on. Of course, Carl's an expert on propagation, but what happens is when you go on a de-expedition like this, you have the full experience of sunrises and sunsets across the world seeing. And the other thing we experienced was solar conditions. During our de-expedition, I'll show you this, the sun got angry for a few days and made our geomagnetic field become, contrarian to propagation. And you can see that affected us, what bands we could operate on and how many stations we could talk to. And then again, the band conditions improved. So I'm going to give you just a kind of a tour. We have a 12 and 17 meter Yagi. And how we did this, we would use a diplexer and filters. So you'd have a diplexer and a 12-17 filter with one feed line to the antenna. Okay? So then you do this high power, and if you operate and you have a setup like this, if somebody's on 12, you won't even know that they're on 17. If you're on 17, you won't even know you're on 12. It works very well. It's quite effective. So if you're actually, I show a couple of verticals that we made. Here's a 30-meter vertical. This building used to be the lightkeeper's house. And this roof was deteriorated, so we took a broom and we poked a hole in the roof, and we took, those spider rods and extended them, and we just made a 30-meter vertical. We just pushed it through. That way we didn't need guys because the roof was holding it in place. But then we put radials out in all directions. So what we do is we use DX Engineering radial plates, and we coil up wires at the right length for 30, 40, 60, so that they're ready to go. And so when we get there, all you have to do is just clip, roll them out, and then when we're done with the expedition, we roll them up again and take a piece of tape, or we take a tie wrap and just cinch them up so we're ready to go on the next de-expedition. So it's fairly quick. The other thing you get on a de-expedition is you're making antennas all the time. We don't go with anything pre-made. We make them. So it's kind of cool, you learn, what's the rule, get the tape out, let's make an antenna. So, and that's what we do. And by the way, back that 40, we had initially put up a 40-meter dipole on top of the lighthouse, and then we decided that we wanted to change our 80 and 160. So we converted the 40 to an 80-meter dipole because it's 150 feet up. That's pretty high. And then we went ahead and built that 40-meter vertical, and it gave us another band. The other thing is it's cross-polarized with the other antennas. So with in-band, you don't have very much interference with other bands. So every band, of course, was filtered. We always had filters, high-power filters, at least 50 dB of isolation, minimum. You saw the 432. This is 6 meters. They're right next to each other. The 432 was actually doing moon bounce. This is the 6-meter antenna. When we first arrived, he was working Europeans on 6-meter FT8, which is way cool. Then you can hardly see it. You can see a post right here in an inverted V. And we got on 60 meters about maybe halfway through the de-expedition. We did FT8, and then later I did CW myself. And that's the first time I'd ever done that, because if you've ever been on 60 meters, you know they're channelized, and you've got to be right in the center of the band for CW. And so that's what I did, but then you get a pileup right on you because nobody can tune off. And then so when the Europeans were saying split, and then I found out later 53.54, I think it is the frequency that they can operate. And then what they would do is they'd be maybe 50 hertz apart. And I could take my receiver and work them 50 hertz apart, split, and work quite a few. So here's Team A. We have Murray and Adrian. And what's funny about Adrian joined us with about halfway through. And Adrian was actually at Jarvis Island just prior to this at N5J. After he got done with Jarvis, he was on a boat, and as soon as he got to American Samoa, he got on a plane, flew to New York, got on a jet, flew to Sydney, and then they picked him up in the helicopter and brought him. So he joined us right in the half. It was really a riot. He's a great guy. And of course, Mr. CIA with the Cowboys hat on, Dan. And also, same part of the team was N2IEN, but he was actually on a helicopter trip back to the mainland. This is a tri-bander, an A3 Yagi. You probably have had them, TA-33s, anything like that. Same sort of thing. And short mast, it's only up maybe 10 feet or so. But of course, you got to remember where we're at. We're on a rock above the ocean, and so it works quite well. And so, again, we took a triplexer with filters for 10, 15, and 20, and we were able to use them simultaneously. So on the lighthouse, we were not allowed in it, and once you stuck your head in it, you could see why, because the entire stairway is rusted away, and you would die doing that. The only time I'd ever climbed a lighthouse, I was at Navassa Island, which was number 2 at the time. And I climbed up the entire stairway of, you know, it's one of those things where the stairs goes around the whole thing like this. Carefully climbed it all the way up to the top and put a 160-meter sloper up there down to the ground. So that was my only experience. So what we did here, we did what you would do. You would take a slingshot and you'd shoot up a fishing line, which is what we did. You'd drop down. We would take another lighter rope, and then we would pull the lighter rope up, and then we'd pull up the antenna. So that's how we did all of those antennas. This is St. Paul Power and Light with Honda generators. And I tell you, anybody got those 2,000-watt Honda generators? They're really fantastic. And I'd highly recommend them because they just purr. Find about them, if they'll cause a power surge if you put it in the eco mode. You need to let them run at normal loads with ham radio. Whether it's FT8 or if it's CW or anything like that, you're better off just letting them run at standard rate, because what happens is it sends a pulse down the line, which is not a good thing. The UPSs would all fire off, and that's not, we eliminate it by switching modes. And we kept all the fuel inside, keep the water. And actually, the 10 meters was so good, we decided to put together a Yagi just for 10, and that was aimed at Europe right there, and it worked very well. This was sleeping tents. We had some guys that had CPAPs and that sort of thing, so we made sure that they had generator power so they could sleep with a CPAP. This is actually our bathroom. How nice. So you take a Lowe's bucket and you put a nice little lid on it, and that's what you do. And they have these little bags that you put them in, and then you have to dispose of them properly. So just so you know, I mean, that was part of the rules when you went on the island, that there will be no evidence of humans anywhere when you're on the island. And then we had the shower. There's Glenn. This is actually, I don't want you to think he's really naked here, but you can see our shower consisted of this. And I'm going to tell you, you get the soap on you and then you want to rinse it off, and it's so cold that it about makes you jump out of your skin. But that's our experience. And of course, this is our food right here. We actually, the life-saving part of this thing is we had Keurig. We could have coffee. When our shift started, we could walk down there and start a generator, make a pot of coffee or a cup of coffee, and have that. But that's we'd warm our water because we had to eat dried food. We all brought our own foods as to what we would eat, and normally you'd have like an oatmeal or something like that for breakfast, and then at night you wouldn't want to eat anymore, and then later at night you might have a meal of that stuff because it's not great, but it's better than nothing. So this is the tent the 3 of us slept in, and then a couple more guys slept there that didn't need power. This is actually looking down. What happened is we had a filter fail on 12 meters. So remember I said triplexer, 1217? And so what happens when you don't have a filter, you interfere with other stations. And there's not much you can do about that other than this. So we were brainstorming, how can we solve this problem? We actually sent out a message to all the Canadian hams, anybody got a 12-meter filter, we'll pay to fly it in, blah, blah, blah. What happened is we ended up locating 300 feet away on that post a 12-meter Yagi. So 300 feet, and you don't even know anybody else is on. So that's all you needed was the isolation from the other stations. So that's how we solved that problem, and that's how we got it back on 12 meters. So here's Team C. Of course, myself, Lou, and Glenn, we all look like we're really happy, and we are. This is all of the filters. Those are high-power filters, and those are made by LBS, which is a Russian ham. And for quite a while, DX Engineering was selling it, but since Russia got into it with Ukraine, LBS has kind of quieted down in terms of, because nobody can import or export anything like that. So, but we had these from previous DXpeditions. We'd used them at Pitcairn Island. We'd used them we were going to use them at Beauvais and several other DXpeditions. So we knew that they worked. That's the triplexer. That's, and then all the PGXL. So what I did is I had marked everything on station one, little stickers. So they were 1 through 6. And so then what would happen is station 1 was over here. It would go over and drive the amp, and then the filter, and then that would appear here on the filter was part of the antenna system. So you just say I wanted 40 meters, it would go from there to the 40-meter filter and out to the antenna, and the amp just would be the output of that. So that way nobody would make mistakes. You know, you're plugging into your antenna, and that was your band to be on. Great field day setup. This is what it looked like for people calling us on FT8. Just a mass of signals, lots of callers. This is what it looked like, the screen fills. So here's the callers that are calling us. Here's the queue. In this particular case, they were all JAs. So remember, JAs were the hardest. So we would filter this for JAs. So if you were calling us when the JAs were coming in, we would not even put you in the queue. We would only select the JAs or the BYs or people like that that were in the Far East, because we knew that would be like a 30-minute opening and it'd be done. So we were cautious about that because we want to make sure we got a lot of people on the log that really, really needed it. And then later, when that opening went away, we don't go to everybody again. But what's neat about FT8 is you can actually filter by distance. You can do it by signal level. You can do it by grid location, or you can do it by zone. So you have all these filtering methods. And then another thing you can do is go by continent. You could actually not even have people appear here that called you, say, I don't want any of North America. No North America stations would appear. So it's really kind of a nice feature. So we put up our major sponsor there, the DX Engineering on the side of the building, but it gives you a good perspective of things. And we had assigned majors for our team. Here we are. That was the last load off the island. And here he's carrying 2 at once. The bad part about that, there was 4 of us humans left on the island and nothing to do, because everything is gone now. And here we are getting ready to go back, very happy to go. And then we're off. And I want you to know that you couldn't tell that we were there, other than there were some water bottles that got picked up a week later by the same guy that delivered them, water and gas bottles that we had left for him. There's a weather station on the island. They had maintained it while we were there. They flew in and maintained it, but that's the only other human. There's cameras and a weather station. That's it. They actually have a museum, so if you go to Dingwall, that was the real lighthouse that was on the southwest corner of the on the island. And when they replaced it with electronics, they replaced the lights went away. That they transported that here and they rebuilt it here. It's just a nice little museum. So how did we do? Well, if you go by this, the band mode, I know you can't see it, but for instance, on 160, we made 2,287 contacts. In other words, 2% of our total. So the total was 114,843. So it was 2% of that total. So you say 80, how did we do? CW, we made 1,654 Qs. FT8 2805, sideband 984 for a total of 4.7. So you can see the big bands for us, if you look at the totals, 20 was number 1. And we did that on purpose. So that band is open all the time, probably day right now. And so the more you're on a band, the easier it is to work a guy that's never worked it before for an all-time new one. Because it can be so upsetting to get into a pileup and everybody is beating you. And you wait a little bit in a de-expedition, all those guys have worked it and they go away. The only people left are the people with 100 watts and a wire, or 100 watts and a vertical, or something like that. So the longer you stay on a band, the better it is for all of those people. So that's the goal of that, is to have uniques at the end. By that I mean first time, how many people you just worked that one time for a new country. So daily QSOs, and this is the impact of, so here we are, we're starting on August 25th, 382 that night, very quick operation. Operating all night, we made 14,711. So you can see 15,000. Propagation changes, 10, 357, 13, 238. This is where we get hit with a CME. We can actually see a over towards, we were not far from Newfoundland too, so you could see Newfoundland off in the distance. Just to the left of Newfoundland was Aurora, just right over the horizon. You can't see that here where we live, so I was always hopeful to be able to see something like that, in real life. Of course, we had a chance earlier this spring to see it ourselves, but it's very unusual to actually have that happen. But you can see when the bands came back, that again, the QSO totals jumped back up over 10,000 a day. So we felt really fortunate to make that many contacts. So again, continents by band. This is important because, for instance, Europe made almost 54% of the contacts. Remember where we're at. We're right between Europe and the United States. So the band opens early. You get all, back to them. We're getting the sunlight first. We talk to them. Then the band, as the day goes on, then we start talking to the United States. Then you look, Asia was the next highest. Because of our efforts, 7,503 Asians were able to get in our log. This is kind of the density of activity, so you can see where people are operating. And all this information is available, by the way, on Club Log. We thank all of our sponsors. The Northern Illinois DX Association is here in our state, and they're the principal. They support a lot of de-expeditions in our area, but these are the principal ones, and all of the other people that donated to help support us. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm done.
When you made your log 300,
Thank you.
the 300-foot line for the 12 meter, was that on RG-213?
Actually, we started off that way, and then we ended up with RG-8X because.
Thin down as you got there?
Yeah.
Ran out?
Yeah. Well, we used what we could. We had a lot of RG-8. We used as much RG-8 as we possibly could. But I got to tell you something about de-expeditions. And this is we don't even run high power a lot of times. We might be running 100 watts, 200 watts. Our call adds 10 dB. Just because we're rare. Everybody's calling us, so. And the other thing is you have to control the number of callers because sometimes it gets totally out of control. So if you keep your power down, it kind of minimizes the number of callers. And like I said, after you wait a day or two, all the big stations have now worked it. They're out of the way. Now you turn up the power. Now you get more callers of the weak guys, and that's how we manage it so that everybody gets a chance to, work us. So, yeah.
The lighthouse automatic, or is there anything?
There's nothing in there. It's all electronic.
Weather station and
Yep, it's all electronic in terms of warning to the ships right now. There's no lights, nothing. Yeah.
you on 160, do you use beverages or?
Actually, we just used the transmit antenna. It was actually it's a very quiet location. We did notice some, after he maintained the solar panels and the inverter, all of a sudden we had a new noise. And it was very disgusting. And so I had actually gone out there and I knew how to disconnect it, but I thought, let's see what we can make. I could have shut off all of that, and because they'd left the cabinet open, it was just pop it open and go in and you can just pull a wire and you wouldn't have inverters, causing a problem. But anyhow, we were able to work a lot of stations, obviously, despite the noise. What we did is we changed our frequency from what we had publicized to a frequency where there wasn't any inverter experience or noise. This happened to us once before. We were on Palmyra. And we were very proud that when we just arrived at the island, they go, "You guys are so lucky. We just changed to all new solar panels and we've got all of the system in place, and we're going, oh, we're lucky. And, and we were setting up, and we were operating along where the ships would come in to deliver supplies and stuff. And so here's the big antennas and all that, and we had a receiving antenna, and we put it in the back, it was a SAL-30, and we put it right behind the shack. And so we fired up, and we went on 80, well, actually on 160, like 1825 was like the peak of the noise, and it was like 20 over 9. Impossible to work weak stations. So the next day, we took that SAL-30 and moved it 200 feet. It was like it wasn't even there, but the inverters were right next to our shack, and they were just very noisy. So you have to be cautious. Again, I think what happens is technology is improving, and enough people are complaining about EMI that they're making them better. But still, the whole noise floor of everywhere is going up, 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 simply because of all of the solar panels. Yep. Anybody else?
What was your take on the Superfox mode? Did you like
Okay. Interesting that you would ask that question. We learned a lot. We were observing N5J's operation because they were the first operation. We were going to be the second. And the public release is RC6 version of WSJT. And so we were using that. That's what I'd loaded. And literally 2 or 3 days after we got into it, we said, we have strong signals calling us, and we're not decoding them. Or we're calling them, and we're not decoding them as an acknowledgement. We never finished a QSO. We thought, this is really bizarre. So then we sent an email to Joe Taylor, and we said, hey, we got a problem. And then that kind of circulated because they have their own group of programmers. And so then we ended up with N5J's version of WSJT. And then we ended up with another version written by a guy out in Seattle. He's one of the coders for them. And he said, this will be released in RC7, I believe. That's coming out pretty soon. And, but anyhow, it started decoding better, but it was still not going below -15. Still not. So we were working everybody when signal to noise ratios were good. In other words, like 10, 15, 20, whatever, those bands were open. That was excellent. And you were working guys really good. But what would happen is once you started, like if you called and you were -24, sorry, not going to make it. So we switched to Foxhound. Worked guys down -28, -24, -25 was not a problem. So in our discussions with them, we know that there's some improvement that can be made. I just got an email yesterday because you also know that you need a key to operate Superfox, and somebody's broken the key, how to generate the key already. So RC7 will actually contain a version that you cannot break it. Because I don't know if you know ND2T, he used to work for a 3-letter agency in Washington, and he's part of the, that's what he does. And so it will not be broken next time. So that'll be coming out in RC7. So good question. So we had our issues, and I actually sent them logs, and what they're going to do is try to match up with other logs from other stations as to what was going on. Try to match it up.
That's kind of what it seemed like from this end too.
Yeah, it was frustrating for us because we.
The signals are strong. You just move.
Yeah, why aren't we working? Yeah, very frustrating. So, anything else? If not, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the weekend.
as we can. We also have
Walk around. Did anybody leave? Because I know that they were trying to get people out of here.
A lot of people packed up, but I haven't seen any cars leaving yet.
Well, that's good. I always feel bad because I feel like we're the jinxed ham fest. Like on Sunday, people come out and like no vendors left. It's like, I don't know, it seems weird.
September, it's hot.
Right. Right now it's set up for parks in the air, I think.
And it doesn't have a, yeah, it should have a speaker.
Funny. I had to turn the sound card off on that. What I can do is I can use that photo.dvp. So like right now, that's probably a parts on there. Right, so if you go to this, what is that? 142268. So earlier there was a guy on 142268. So right now there's mostly CW. So if you go to 14257, there's somebody there. That's in Kansas. Wow. Yeah. And then 90%. If you say QRP and you call, they'll say, oh, QRP says, go ahead. Oh, shit.
The next one's at 2:30?
Yeah. I might go up there and see if I won anything. I don't even know what the hell I did with my glasses.
Oh.
Homie ain't, oh, there they are. I was gonna say, homie ain't seeing much without those.
Won't be able to see to find your way back?
Huh?
Won't be able to see to find your way back?
Barely.
Who's RY?
I don't know, but they need to let me do those flyers next time. Where's my other power cord? two. Check one, check two. Check one, check two.
Wow, it's like it goes from 0 to 100.
Check one, check. Check one, check two. Check one, check two. Check one, check. Check one, check one, check one. Check one.
So the pawn shop that we borrowed these, he thinks he's gonna get $375 for the pair. Okay,
I think you can find new ones of those for about $1.60 at Costco.
oh, Costco?
Yeah, they have that one PA Bluetooth set.
Oh, that's definitely not even in the same league. But I don't think that's worth that kind of money. So can I turn off the on air because there's an hour between the two sessions?
I think you can at least pause it.
No, I'm talking to my buddy. Because if I hit this button and if it goes off air, I got to make sure I know how to get it